Hey, hi there. How's it going? All right. I'll keep the chat window there because I can take off playing soon because we're playing now. Um, yeah. All right. So I've just been working on this building. Um, Kind of a big building. You can see takes up quite a bit of space. I did scale this pretty realistic. Let me actually go up. Oh, a second. I'm gonna grab Chrome. See if I can get back to where I was. Or was that San Francisco, I think. Here. Bam. I don't exactly remember where I was when I found this building. I was, I think, in this area. Open maps. Really should have taken sure, we'll just go to Street View. There's a bunch of buildings around. It's this apartment building. Kind of looks like this. I don't think that's the one, but it's like that. But you can kind of, this kind of architecture is kind of all over the place in here. But it's a building like this, except there's some columns down at the bottom. And if anybody lives in San Francisco and they kind of know what building I'm making, just let me know. Because I don't really remember where it was. So I'm a horrible person and I did not write it down. But anyway, tried to make it to scale. This is all glass windows, and then there's these columns. Um, this side of it, it's a bunch of glass windows. I think it's windows and like some concrete. But then up here, there are these sections that kind of poke off, and I have some areas laid out for where I'm going to put the windows just to kind of give it a bit of spacing, some recessed areas. And then these are all modular little panels. I'm going to fix my draw plane because I can't quite see what I'm doing. I'm going to grab my perspective camera, um, far clip plane. I think I can do it at, what was that, 20,000? That should be far enough. Okay. All right. You can see there's these sections. Yeah, right. You just kind of snap all those into place. Really, I only need, ah, you jerk. I went back too far. I really only need to do one section. So I think I'm going to do one and then copy the UVs over for the other ones. So I don't have to re-UV everything. But yeah. And then this one, I'm just going to get rid of the sides. Wherever the side is. I'm going to try adjusting all the cameras at the same time, but I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. See if it's selected all the way through. Almost all the way through. It didn't get that. So let me adjust that. What was that? Side camera? I'm going to adjust it to 30 thou. I'm going to try that again. and see if I have the same limitation. Yeah. Oh, weird. There must be another way of selecting over distance that I don't know. I'll just delete that wall like that. I think that's good. Hopefully those are all lined up. That one to that one. This mono gray just is not the most ideal to look at. I'm gonna keep the chat window movable. But yeah. All right, so let's do this one. So let's go to UV editor. Wow, it's ginormous. I did not finalize that, did I? I did not. Let me mesh. I'll modify freeze transforms on that. And then I will delete the history, and then I will rebuild those UVs. Huh. Interesting. That looks nothing like what I would expect. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't really. It just looks stretched compared to what I would expect. Let's go to automatic. Fewer pieces make sense. Let me try less distortion. Yeah, fewer pieces. It's just weird because it should be, this should have projected out as like this, more square relative to the rest of the form. And when it doesn't, it bugs me because that totally should. Uh, right, I'm gonna copy these. Oh crap, I'm not done with them. Hmm. And that bugs me because it should be more. Check this. That's all zeroed out. This one has been refreshed and it's automatic it. Yeah, and that looks more square than I would expect. I'm thinking that's the back. Yeah, it's the back. Where's the front? Right here. Sides. It has to be. What about the bottom? I cut the bottom off. And this is the front. Forward panel down. That kind of makes sense. But you see how this is wrapping? It doesn't make sense because that's squished, right? This is um, top, this is bottom, and then these are squished here. I wonder why it's doing that. Hmm. Let me do something real quick. All right, I'm gonna stretch this stupid thing out. Freeze it, clear it. So this should give me square panels and long panels. Yep. So that makes sense, right? Because I have a long side, got 4 long sides and 2 square sides. That makes sense. So why the heckadoodle is this thing coming out like that? Let me planer. Just gonna grab this and planer it and see what happens. We're projecting from Z. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I see what's happening. So this looks like it's stretched, but this is actually um, the top and front faces of this. Oh, oh, but of this right here. So this is the front, and these are the top and bottom. And because they are laid out flat, it makes it look like it's longer. That makes sense. My brain just was not interpreting that shape at all. Okay, something I'm gonna do though is these things. Because I want to marry this edge, but that's going to give me overlap, so I'm going to actually cut on these. Um, cut them, and then I will sew this to that. Where's this? There it is. Okay, there's that. Where the heck do you guys go? You must go here. Okay. That means that goes to here. I'm going to get distortion. Question is, how much distortion do I want to have? Yeah, because that has to extend off, and that's attached. That goes there. That becomes a complicated thing. Okay. Because I could marry this edge, and I could marry this edge. But these will not line up if I do that. So, to give an example, cut them, and then if I married these edges, I'd get this. That'll create a consistent texture across here, but we have a gap there. This gap exists because this is here. And this wraps there. So like if I sew these together, we'll get um, this. We'll get like a corner. Not the cleanest, but I guess I have to pick my battles there. So you know what? These being on the sides as they were makes more sense because those are the sides. Um, this whole side will match the texture. This whole side will match a texture, and then those. And I'll just put these on the back. Stitch. I did not resew those. All right. Any way I can get that to go? Where's the... Nope. There's no clean wrap on that. Let's lay you guys out. Lay out. I don't like positioning for that. Shrink it down just a tad. So here's this. I need to do these pillars. The real question for that is whether or not I want to just make one pillar and then rebuild this in Unreal, or if I export this as a continuous object. It really depends. If it's a background object, having it hollow and having these hollow, and then being all one thing glued together is fine. If I'm going to have it open and show like interior, then some of these would have to have solid ends. Trying not to overthink it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this panel. Now this one definitely is stretched. That bothers me. Guess I'll do these. Stitch them. No. Not sure what those are going to. Yeah, that's the interior of this. Hi, cat. And this, do you have to do that? Oof. What if we just do the middle? Okay. What are these going to? So I'm gonna get them all oriented in the same way, and then I will do a little compression to get a more accurate texture. Stretch this way. Let's go like this. I think that looks okay. And I'll rinse and repeat that across the other objects. Really, I'm just gonna duplicate this thing. So well, I think that's fine. I can nuke that. That's been UV'd already. We'll save here. We'll clear this guy. You need to go here. I'll duplicate. Now let's snap to the end. Like, again, I was just debating whether or not I wanted to wrap this or if I want to assemble it in Unreal. It's easier to assemble here, but ultimately, I think I'm trying to just alleviate some of my headache. The problem with assembling it here is it's not very efficient since these are basically copy and pasted. Okay, those. Get one of them. This is going to be an interesting thing. So the cylinder, default cylinder is just that, and I need to um, freeze its transforms. I don't need top or bottom. So with that as it is, let's do a cylindrical wrap and layout. So that should be more consistent with its height. Again, do I want to have that a few dozen times, or although let me see the physical object. Yeah, I didn't take the faces off the tops or bottoms. Ah, you jerk. Little handy trick if you want to grab tops or bottoms of something, grab the whole thing, and then deselect the middle. It's a quick way of doing that. And then this one, I'm gonna go ahead and just freeze all transforms and remove any history. I'm gonna just do this. Get rid of these. I was just gonna transfer the attributes, but really I can do it this way. That is center. I'll just duplicate and go center on here. Duplicate, center, duplicate, center. My goal was to do one building a day, but I just never got to it. I need a lot of buildings for this scene. Okay. And then this bottom group, really, I'm just gonna get rid of those. Duplicate these and snap to bottom. And now they all have the same UVs. Right. I may still just export these as as a single individual piece and recopy it in Unreal. I haven't decided. I'm just trying to map this thing out in my head. All right, this wonderful thing. I did cut the bottoms off, right? Yeah. Let's project this. Oh, we gotta clear everything. There we go. Crap. We'll auto it. Realistically, that's probably gonna be just fine. Attaching to any of these would just cause distortion. This is a flat. So this layout, I'm just gonna keep as is. Yeah, because there's gonna be so much distortion if I do that. I'm just gonna put a flat material on this anyway, flat concrete. So their history. I guess I should open Unreal and assemble this in there. I haven't really decided on these things though. So here's part of the headache with Unreal. These need to be exported from 0, and they need to have a consistent height for me to snap them together seamlessly, and a consistent distance, which I don't want to deal with. I think this can all be one material. Really though, if I put the cuts back in, I took a lot of the cuts out, but if I put cuts in here, that'll just give me places to put windows. I don't have to just draw them on, I can just put a texture on there. I think that's what I do. I don't have to do the back side, which is the benefit of keeping this hollow. The base can be the parent object. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna send this out as a single piece. Let's move you down to the center. That's where that has to be. If I export it. So freeze. What is this gonna be? This is gonna be apartment face. Apartment base. Apartment top. And this is just gonna be a column. And I'll just wing it. Heck with it. That one I don't need. This one will go. That's centered, right? Yeah. Let's snap that to here. And I'll actually do this column underscore hollow. That way I can make a solid one. And I'll duplicate that. I'll make the new one column solid. In the event that I need a solid one, I'm gonna move this out. I'm gonna put the caps back on. So to cap it, I'm just gonna grab the top. Um, Extrude and then merge center. Same thing on the bottom here. So extrude and then merge center. And then I'll have to redo the UVs on this thing. So, whoops, UV editor. I need those tops. Oh, son of a biscuit. That was a lot of work that just died for no reason. One of my biggest pet peeves is repeating myself. I know better. I should have saved before the... But maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe my auto saved. Maya does not usually autosave. It has one of the worst autosave features. Nope, no auto backup. Um, UV editor. Okay, so those are not made yet. I need that. That's been made. That's a good sign. Those have been laid out. That's a good sign. I haven't done those yet. Okay. Oh, that saves me some effort then. This is just going to be reprojected. Delete by type, history, create, and I'll keep the layout about the same. Do want to actually sew this inner edge. Wow, that goes to there. Why does it not go to here? That's kind of mind-boggling. Because that should be hollow. That should be attaching to here. I'm gonna guess that I have a tear. Nope. FYI, this is why end gowns are bad. They just don't behave the way you expect. This is a big old end gown. But it probably won't matter since it's flat. Uh, just leave it as it is, I guess. I'm gonna have a huge scene, so if I can cut down on polygons, I'm gonna try. Uh, leave that there. This needs to be cleared. I gotta rename everything. That's annoying. Oh, where are you at? There you are. Freeze transforms. Let's get rid of all these columns except the ones that I care about. Anything else selected? Nope. Don't need you. Let's take you back to center. Where's grid? All right, let's freeze your transforms. See if I can just do a relayout without having to reproject. I mean, it's kind of appropriate for the height. Doesn't have quite the width that would be, but yeah, it's fine. I'll live with it. So here's one with the caps already on it. Again, column, solid, duplicate, hollow, and for this one, as before, cut the tops off. This is going to be the apartment base. Apartment roof. And I did save. Let's go ahead and open Unreal. Where is the Epic Launcher? I haven't done any textures for this thing yet, but I do want to lay out some streets and stuff. Where is it? TGC. Book covers, there we go. Gonna pause while that's opening. Yay! Okay, so Unreal actually booted up pretty quick. All right, we're back into the Unreal. Let's get ready to Unreal. Static meshes are here. I need to export all these. Let's close this. So this thing and this thing, we hit um, center pivot for that. And I'll do center pivot for this. And I'll take both of these. This one. And put the pivot at the bottom, like that. Same thing here. Put the pivot at the bottom. Take them both. Snap them both to the ground. So, grid snap, if you hold X and you snap to the grid, that's very convenient. But if you have the grid set up like I do, where there's like a lot of boxes or whatever, from farther away, it's harder to get a clean snap that feels very smooth. So if you V snap to a centered object that you know of, that can be a lot more precise. Just something to be aware of. Oops, I must be hitting spacebar. Let's double check that. Again, when you export for Unreal, you want things to be centered as best as possible. And it's actually really good that I did that because you can see that this does not line up at all. So I'm going to take this guy. Let me snap the pivot to this corner. It needs to be on the bottom corner. And then I will snap that corner to here. Color back on. There we go. So we get a bit of a clipping effect here because this bottom is really only one plane thick. So what I'm going to do is actually extend this bottom lip. So click, I'll extend it, yeah, ever so slightly. Then I will reposition the pivot there. So now we shouldn't have that clipping through. Of course, if you look from the bottom, you'd see it hollow, but we're not going to look from the bottom, so it doesn't matter. Need this back edge. Where are you at? Um, top view. That's 2000. That's the far clip plane. Where's the near clip? No, near is about correct. How far out that to go? Because that's there. Okay, I just couldn't see because I didn't have it selected. That's going to be tricky to line up then. Well, I'm gonna do it from the side. So you can offset the pivot on a if you have like a vertex selection, you can offset the pivot. But my experience has been when you do that, it really screws with Maya's pivot locations. And the only real solution to reset it is to close Maya and reopen it. I don't know if that's been fixed. So I'm gonna save, do it, show you the problem, and if it doesn't fix, then you know not to do it. So I have those selected. What I want to do is I want to V-snap those to over here to get this alignment, but I don't want to squish it. So like if I take this and I hold V and I snap, so I can snap without squishing, which is nice. But it's the wrong distance. So what I can do is I can hit the D key and I can move the offset of the pivot of the group to like that one, lock it, and now I can do that. Yay. And that worked there. And you can see that kind of screwed up here just because the selection wasn't all the way through. So let me try that again. A lot of the issues that I'm having is just the object is too big to handle. Um, so let's move that. Got a little error warning there. Okay. So let's see if there's a continued issue. So in theory, if I go back into vertex selection and I were to grab a group of vertices, we would want those to be centered relative to the group. So if I grab these, it should be centered to that. That should be centered to that. This should be centered to that. So if I grab these again, I should see them in the centered position. But see, I don't even see the widget if it's there. Those must be too far. Yeah. So it is showing up center, but the visibility on that plane just isn't near enough. So it looks like they fixed that. Okay. That said, where am I gonna go? Perspective. Let's center the pivot again. Center pivot. I want that to be at the bottom. Crap. And then that needs to be at the bottom of this. So that all is the right size. These need to be centered and cleared. Freeze transforms, clear them, save it. All right, so export selection. See, where's my book covers? This is SM underscore, I care if it's capital, no. SM underscore apartment base. Let's make sure that this is FBX exports. Geometry, get smoothing groups because Unreal will complain. No animation because we don't have any. Export. Cool. Next thing. That should be center. It is. Export selection. Apartment. This is going to be the face. This is going to be the top. Or oof. Column solid. Move that one out of the way. Get that one. Column hollow. All right, so in here, where is my projects default scenes? There's import all. Full. I'm debating whether or not I want to assemble this as a blueprint element, or if I want to just do it as a group and world. I think I might just do it as a blueprint. Standard material. I need to make a material anyway. MAT underscore concrete. Standard. So pretty much anything that's concrete will have this look. This would be concrete. Tiled. We'll do sidewalk. Um, this is a road. Um, Actually, I'll do this as asphalt. Hopefully that's correct spelling of it. I need asphalt. I need a road with stripes, and I need a road with really I should just do call this road. I'll do road no stripes. And I'll do one with stripes. And I'll do one the crosswalk. I'm just planning in my brain. I don't have any of these yet. Um, Textures. I built some textures last time. I thought I built some static meshes as well. This material, this standard, I don't know what you're going to be yet, but I'll drop you materials. All the columns are there. I need to bring in the other building. I have to export the other building. Um, so this, that, and that. These really all need to go into a group. This will be the apartments. What the heck is in here? And it's static mesh hidden. It's just one of those walls. Okay. Without this, let's open that. We'll unhide that section. And you can see the difference in size between these two buildings, by the way. So this is more like a little garage. And this is a huge, like a industrial, like condominium thing. All right, so I'm gonna hide the apartments. Let's grab this thing. Now I've already got textures on there. Oh, I haven't exported any of this stuff. Um, Bottom section. Um, Guess office building. Garage. Office building. Um, I don't know what to call it. I guess extra story. Same dealio. All these need to be uh, cleared. You need to be center. Yeah. So in this case, yeah, I did build this undersection. So this really isn't an undersection. It's more like a this roof piece. This isn't super needed though. This is an office building roof base. Don't know where I need that, but this is a just in case. You ever had a ground level thing you looked up, you could see it. I should do it for the other building, but there's no, I don't really need it, so I'm not gonna bother. Okay, and that fits nicely. And that's meant to be off to the side, right? Okay. Yeah, so that will be a good marker. Tell you what, though, I'm pretty Thursday. Oof. Did I ever UV that thing? I probably didn't. Um, yeah, makes sense. And for that, I will put, I need to just do this as a base color. Yeah, this is sharing that. So this is base concrete, I think is good. Yeah, that should work. You can actually see here the difference in texture resolution. This one's got a tighter resolution. This one's um, much fuzzier because it's more stretched. That makes sense. But I can tile this and probably get down to that, so that's not too bad. I can if I need to. All right. So now comes the really kind of annoying part. Relative to all these pieces, I want to center everything. So this one, center pivot, center pivot, center pivot, center pivot. Mm. Hopefully that's relative to all of the pieces. Actually, I'm going to take all of them. Hopefully their pivots are centered pretty good. And then I will snap this center. I don't know where the pivot is because it's not in my view. That's kind of annoying. Ah, and then in theory, if I were to raise these up to where they need to be, they would be in their right spot. Correct alignment with building. Yeah, that's all I really care about. And then this needs to be from this perspective. I need to drop it down. That's centered. This one is put there. That one is here. This one is here. So all of you, what are you? Oh, those are probably the, and that's just a spare. Okay. Kill the spare. Nobody gets that. This is going to be office building, maybe 01. Gonna have dozens of office buildings, so crap. So I need an AC unit. AC unit needs to be centered. It is, and then I gotta drop that into the middle. And really, I was going to be more fancy with the AC unit, and oh, that's awful. Oh, it's worse. Let me hide that thing. I was going to take the AC unit and curve the edges just a tad to kind of give it a little bit more life. But then it might distort this, so let's see where it goes. How many? Nope, it's just the way it is. Did I leave a UV? I did. I left the UV outline on. That means I probably did it for the other objects. Some bevel. Adjust. Really, from that far away, you won't even notice, but yeah. But since I did that, I have to re-UV it. You can see that got distorted. So here's the new UV layout of this object. Start the picture off. Yeah, we'll take a picture from the top. Planar, let's project from top. And then let's just do an automatic. It'll save me a bunch of headaches. Maybe. But that bothers me. All right, well, let's lay this out. Didn't really build this with a lot of room, so comes down to how much do I care. Uh, hey, how's it going? Lays for days. How's life treating you? Oh, just dropping stuff all over the place. Do I want to? Day's going pretty good. A little tired. Went out on the unicycle for a bit. Oh, I'm trying to get work done. Debating whether or not I want to put in the extra effort for this AC unit where I retexture it. Where's Photoshop? Uh, I'm still here. I'm gonna go get a drink. Another drink.
Give me try. Drink some of my spirit.
I did. I took the first sip.
Dassy is the best one.
I know. All right. um, and back and forward. There we go. Poof. Where was that? Photoshop. Yeah. Okay. Let's grab this texture. First order of business. I think I'm gonna spread these panels out a little bit farther. So maybe this one, hit the move tool. I'll move it out. Sure, you can ask some questions as long as they're appropriate for, the channel. I think that's good, good, good. Should be enough room on either side. This particular UV layout doesn't need to be all that special. So I'll just redo this one. Boom, boom, boom. There's the AC units. Guess I'll do this one as move this out of the way. Do AC around it. I'll do this as a targa. Um, I used to have better naming conventions. Okay, cool. I'll see if I can answer them. Fire away. I think it'll be fine for that one. And then I will revert this back to where it was. When I saved it, did I turn the UVs off? Hopefully I did, but we'll see. I'll do this one as uh, AC unit square. No problem. Thank you for joining me. All right, let's jump back in here. On this particular one, let's give this one AC units rounded. And to be lame and sort of lazy, where's the other AC unit? Here's that one. Here's this one. I just get the address. Okay, so let's see. Stitch that one to there. I won't stitch it, but I will rotate it and line that up. I think what I'll do is I'll take this panel in the middle. I'll do that for all these. Let's cut those. Oops. Really? Where's cut at? There's no option for cut. I'll just do it here. Cool. Yeah, 3D modeling is pretty fun. What particular career do you want to go into? You want to do like architecture, character design, animation. Well, animation's sort of its own thing, but 3D animation. Where is the about 3D modeling apps? The industry standard currently is Maya. If you're doing games, it would be 3D Studio Max. So Maya is what they use for the film industry. Um, some game industries use it, um, but if you're going specifically for game design, then 3ds Max is pretty good. It has some tools in there that make life a little bit easier just for game design. I don't like the I don't like the controls of Max. I prefer the controls of Maya, but I've been using Maya for um, over 15 years now, so I'm just pretty used to the layout. All the things that you can do in Max are the same as Maya. Autodesk just acquired 3ds Max from from another company, and then they kind of shelved it, didn't do much with it. They had a community of followers who liked that software, so they kept it up to date to kind of keep that following. But now there's really no difference between the capability of the two software. It's just what you want to use it for and your personal preferences. Blender's kind of the same deal. You don't really need anything special for Blender. It's free. It does all the same things that Maya or Max or pretty much any of those do. Um, I'd probably say Houdini is another one you could probably get into. You can do some special effects in there. I've never used Cinema 4D, but some folks like it. It's another kind of like modeling program. Um, they all have different price points. Maya is pretty expensive, but the prices come down for single user license. Um, last I checked, it was, um, I think if you're a student, it's like 150 a month for single user. I think for the individual, if you're not a student, I think it's about 200 a month. So it's a bit pricey. If you don't need it, then you know, but if you want to get the feeling of working in Maya without having to pay the price for it, there's a setting in Blender to switch the control scheme up to give you the feel of being in Maya. But it's obviously it's not Maya, so you're gonna have some differences and just the overall functionality of the program, like where different tools are hidden, is going to be a different layout. But the button control scheme will be similar, so you kind of when you finally jump into it, it won't be as foreign. Um, Another one to look into if you want to get into like 3D sculpting would be ZBrush. So like Thanos was modeled in Maya. Um, a lot of the sculpting work was done in ZBrush. Um, and they also use Mudbox for some touch-ups, but just because Maya and Mudbox talk to each other. Mudbox is another sculpting program, but you can't create anything new in Mudbox. So you make all your stuff in Maya and you push the Mudbox, and Mudbox gives you the flexibility to do the sculpting. You can do some sculpting in Maya. It's just um, not as robust. But if you do ZBrush, you can completely build your characters or your 3D models in ZBrush and then do all your sculpting work. So it's kind of a everything sort of program. The only thing it doesn't really do is animation right now. So if you model in ZBrush, you will have to take it, you know, when you build it in ZBrush, it's going to be like millions of polygons worth of stuff. So if I let me go ahead and open ZBrush up real quick. Um, my poor laptop is going to be unhappy. Thing I'm a little bit sad about when it comes to ZBrush. ZBrush is an amazing program. Love it. Been trying to get it into the school for a while. Um, but it used to have a forever license. You bought it once, it was like $1,000. You bought it once, and they just gave you free updates for like ever. And then Pixelogic sold out to, is it Maxon? I think it's now owned by Maxon, and it's all subscription based. But for the price, you get I think access to Houdini and Cinema 4D and a bunch of other things that are in there. I have to go look at the full suite, but there's a lot of stuff for like I don't know, $200 a year or something like that. Oh, anyway, so here's ZBrush. I'll just throw in a character real quick. This person. So if you look up here, this is the point count. So this is like 68,000 polys right now. So like if I can go in here and grab this guy, um, you can very quickly just draw things onto him. If I wanted to like some eyebrows, that's a really bad spot to have eyebrows, but maybe like more like here. Yeah, I'll give him horns or something. Let's turn on. Where is it? Not active sculpt. Gizmo. Yeah, I'll just do it here. So you can give him some horns, right? If I want to increase the poly count on him, I can just go to geometry and be like, boop. And now I'm at, you know, 200,000 polygons. Quickly go up to 1,000,000. You know, really smooth this out. You can get some really fine details. If you wanted to get, like pores on him, they go down to, not you. Deformation, where are you at? Animesh. Asking morph targets. Where are you at? Oh, I thought it wasn't. Okay, it is nanomesh. Let's make this poly. Oh, that's not. Oh, I don't have any. That probably doesn't have any UVs on it. It does not. Let's go ahead and build UVs real quick. So what's really neat about ZBrush is the way that it handles polygons. Um, it does some voodoo magic in the background that makes even crappy laptops run really smooth at high poly counts. There's obviously an upper limit. You can only go so high, and it's based on what you have for settings. So on this laptop, I have 32 gigs of RAM, and it actually shows you right here how much memory is currently free. So um, I've got about 10 gigs free that I can use for ZBrush, and you can adjust your settings. And it does stuff in the background to really make that feasible. So like what's right here on my screen is really what's active, and what's ever out here I'm not seeing. That's kind of removed. Anything behind his head I don't see. That's removed, so I get all the density here, but nothing back here. And then when I turn it, it makes this stuff live, but everything else is kind of hidden. You also can't go inside the model. There's no hollow. Like in here, like you can't really do anything in it, you know? Um, let's see. Let me straighten that out. So it's pretty neat that way. But I tried to make a UV thing, but it doesn't want to do UVs real quick. Being lame. I was gonna put some pores on him, but I'll just do I'll do it this way. What we have, that'll work. Get this little alpha. And if I want to put some pores onto him or some pimples or something, I can really sculpt that directly on. And that's actual geometry onto the mesh. It's physically there. So all the shadows are done in real time. So when you render that out, you're going to get a really nice, crisp, realistic look. So like if I render, that's all generated. But if you can do that, but then when you want to, if you try to use this in a game, it wouldn't work. So you would build a high resolution version of it, and then you would um, take that and then retopologize it to a low res version. And then you can use the low res version for animation, but you can bake out all the high detail to a texture, and you can use that so it looks like it's going to have the high resolution, but it's like cheating. Um, but it's pretty neat. Of course, you could mess this up. A lot of fun. It's like some weird creature. Yeah, but I would definitely look into this stuff. Look at the package. I think it's Maxon, Maxon. I think. Let me double check. Oh, zebrafish. Yeah, Maxon, and their creative suite. Let me see. Let's jump onto that real quick. There we go. Maxon, Maxon. Let's see what their new product line is. Um, so there's different plans that you can do. Oh, wow. So max in one for like it's $100 a month, but you get Cinema 4D, Forger, Red Giant, Redshift Universe, a bunch of different stuff in here. You can check out the different types. We have access to a bunch of different stuff. If you're a student, you can get an educational license for a bit cheaper. If you have a student ID, you can go through and do that. Uh, but this is our product list. So Cinema 4D, Forger, ZBrush. Um, I thought Houdini was on their list. Maybe it's not theirs. Houdini is really good for like special effects, but I don't see it here. Another good one if you want to do like clothing is Marvelous Designer. That one's really neat. Um, makes adding clothes to your model very quick, so you don't have to sculpt the clothing. Like you can design clothes by hand, but Marvelous Designer is just really cool for that. Let me pull that up quick. Uh, see if I can find it. There it is. There we go. Um, so it's all about doing clothing. You can do some other stuff in there, I guess. Clothes, boots, hair. Let's see if I can find an example. Use how it wrinkles and stuff. This all happens live. It's real cool. It takes some of the grunt work out of having to do that by hand. Now, when it comes to things that slow your computer down, this is one of those that does slow you down a little bit, just because cloth physics is pretty expensive. So the more um, flowy you want the cloth, the more dense it has to be, so the more memory it eats up. So the way it kind of works is you lay out your pattern like you would if you were gonna sew like a shirt or a dress or something. You lay it out, and then you put those around your model, and then you tell it to sew it, and it sews it around your model, and it does very accurate collision checking to get proportions right, and you can set bagginess and all that stuff. You get these different effects. So let's move this up here. I try to get these. Which one's this? Yeah, it goes there. Oh, have you? Yeah, there's a bunch on YouTube. A lot of really good tutorials out there that show you how that works. Let's see, how's this one gonna be? That goes there, so that means I have to turn this way. Yes, I think so. Oh, I must have done that on the wrong one. I did. They're overlapping. Second. Mm. Yeah, I always forget the name of it, so I have to think. I'm like, what is that clothing software? I'm like, oh yeah, it's that. And then I use it for a little bit, and then I forget that's there until I need it. That one's not prohibitively expensive. It is a bit pricey, um, but it's one of those things where like I'll buy a license for it for like a month, and then I make clothing or whatever, and then I'll let the license expire, and then come back to it when I need it again. Of course, there's no reason you can't build clothes by hand. It's just so much more. Um, One second, I was overlapping things here. It's just a lot nicer to use Marvelous Designer. You have a chance to use it. And then this one, that's that. Yeah. All right. So now I have a bunch of pieces. Guess I'll just stitch to there. Let's see. I definitely recommend a website just because you can, um, whenever you have like a resume, a lot of your stuff is going to be online, and it's just very convenient to include in your resume a link to your website, and then they can view your work. Um, a lot of studios will just ask you for your portfolio website. A demo reel is also really good. So it's just kind of like a slideshow, small video that of showcasing your best work. Um, Only show your best work. Uh, Avoid showing works in progress unless there's a reason for it. So let's say you want to show the progression of a character that you were designing for maybe like a client and the concept work and how the concept work led into the current product. That might be fine, but unless you have a reason for it, only show your best work. So the number of pieces doesn't really matter. It's really the quality of the work. But like if you only have one thing, it has to be like a really good thing with a lot of detail. You know, if you have several pieces and you include all of them, if you have a couple hundred pieces, then pick the best of those. Um, but if you have a website, you can list whatever you want. You don't want to go too much, so maybe keep it dialed down to 6 to 10 pieces. But I don't even think that's all that important as long as your best work is showcased up front. Um, as far as like PowerPoints and slideshows, again, demo reels are fine. If you do, um, if you do like an in-person interview, I would bring like a portfolio binder or something with you to kind of show it off. Okay, I think that'll work. This is AC unit rounded. There we go. Export this. SM under AC unit rounded. No problem. Happy to help. Pop that in here. Sure, I'll do my best to answer them. Put that in here. So for this fan, I have some areas that need to be highlighted and a bunch of areas that don't need to be highlighted. So I'm going to jump in to here, and actually I'll load in, where was it? There's AC rounded. So on this one, I'm going to do a black and white, and then some adjustments, black and white, and I'm going to push the values. So anything dark is going to be ignored. And anything that is white is going to get seen. Actually, I could probably just go this way. That's way too washed out. I think that'll be good. And then AC rounded. Um, I'll use this as, I mean, really I could do it as an ambient occlusion, but this will be my metallic. That should be good. And then in Unreal, textures, where is that hidden? Oh, where am I putting that? That is textures. Where's textures? Game design. Game design. Textures. Okay. And my metallic. Crap. Superhuman materials. All right, texture sample, metallic. push the metallic value through here. So that should give me certain areas to be glossy. Let's see if I push up to 1. So that has a nice metallic sheen to it, and in here should be pretty black. Roughness. Really, I could use this as a roughness modifier as well. So I'll just roughness. That's way too shiny. Let's take that down to like a 0.8. Yeah, I try to find ones that relate to whatever I'm doing, and I'll just kick back and watch them. Um, there are a bunch out there. Another one that I like to watch, DevDuck. He's been making uh, this game for a while called Dolphin, and it's just a cute little 2D platform or you know top-down view kind of game, but it's just nice watching other people in the same kind of field, you know, focusing on their work. I like how glossy that is back here, though. That should definitely be darker. Let's take my metallic. I'll do this one. I'll pop it in specularity. Kind of flatten out. Yeah, break that one. Yeah, he's on YouTube. What's on specularity? I think that's looking decent enough. Let me make some blueprints here. You do any game design or any work in Unreal or Unity? Oh, I never exported the other building pieces. So this one is out. Let's grab the office building. This is the office building extra story. That is the uh, garage. Well, you get a chance, try it. They're both of them are free. I prefer Unreal over Unity, but Unity is easier to learn. Unless, that that's the roof. Hmm. This one. Office building. Um, base roof. There you go. Okay, all those are exported. I do modular design, TGC. Oh, that's the wrong folder. There we go. Cool. What are you gonna use Python for? Yeah, programming with a purpose is always more exciting. If you don't have an end goal with it, it's a lot harder to learn. But when you can kind of see the end of it, like if you're learning Python because you want to work with RC components or Arduino boards or something like that, you have like a little bit of a goal, and it's easier to pick up. But if you're doing it for the sake of doing it, sometimes it's a bit harder. Like um, I think I took Spanish in college, but I didn't really have an interest. It was just I was supposed to take a second language, and I never really learned it. But then I have a student in my class now who mostly speaks Spanish. He doesn't really speak a whole lot of English, so it gives me incentive to learn it so that I can communicate with him better. Um, so I've got a Babbel subscription and I'm doing daily lessons so I can get better at talking to him. So, but that's how things work for me. Not everybody's the same way. But I know for me, if there's no purpose in mind, then I usually let it slide. Materials. Okay, where's the blueprint? Blueprint, there it is. All right, static mesh. I'm gonna drop in. Um, I don't want the apartment building. Let's get office building garage. Did you study any specific programs in high school, or is it just regular stuff? So, for like example, I teach at a extracurricular program specific school. So when the kids come in, they already have a career path in mind. So they come to my class specifically to learn game design because they want to make a career out of it, or they want to go into animation or programming, and they'll do that. So it's my ground floor. Let's add on. I'll put this one as the ground floor. Yeah, garage. Let's do that. This will be second story. Yeah, it's a neat school. But I find a lot of schools are doing that these days. They're going into they're trying to be more career focused. That one on. Let's move this up. Where is my front view? There you are. Okay. Hmm. Right, right. So that's one that I could never get into was history. I tried. It's I've got a friend who loves history. You can do history all day. To me, that was just like the most boring subject. But
It's
then,
boring.
but
Very.
then, but then I could do math and
Oh,
science,
fudge that. Sorry.
language.
Nailed it.
Come on now. Um, but I could do math and science just fine. And then I always hated doing any of the writing courses. So like English was always such a bore. And then when I got into college, because I liked creative writing, I started to take a shine to English. So, I had a goal then, but Did you dreaded every history lesson? What was your least favorite subject? Oh, I put skeleton match. Oh, I forget what I was saying. I, I think I was asking what your favorite subject was, or your least favorite subject. Yeah. So for this, I need to do and make glass out of this, but I need to make a reflective glass that you can't see through. So materials, here's my glass, um, rename glass, non-transparent. I guess I could have said glass opaque, but how about this? History, chemistry, and bio. Yeah, I could see that. I found biology to be like if it was on plants, like the plant biology was pretty neat. Um, marine, I didn't do a whole lot of marine biology. I did some basic, human anatomy classes in high school. I remember doing chemistry in high school. I think I had high school chemistry, but I don't really remember it. I had a lot of high school science classes, but it wasn't until college that I really got into chemistry. 'Cause I originally went to school for physics, but then I enjoyed chemistry more than physics. So yeah, I can see that. That's kind of how it was with physics. So physics was more like I like the application portion of science, but when I was doing physics, a lot of it was theoretical stuff. Um, there's always a lot of math and figuring out how certain things interact. That was fun, but with chemistry, I got to see how reactions interacted and how the energy interacted with different things. Um, so I found that more enjoyable. I could see how different chemicals responded to certain situations. All right, so need some metallic. Metallic roughness. Specularity. Actually, I'll put a point. Let's take metallic down 0.6. Roughness, 2.3. Maybe go a little bit smoother.
Do it every time.
All right. Did
Good passage.
it crash?
All the time, every day. If it's not crashing, it's not living its life. Look out, Jack. Right, there's help. Here.
Yeah, history with an information overload, I can definitely see that. Um, when it came to reading history, it was very, very painful. Like, I get a couple sentences in and I would just fall asleep. But I could watch History Channel all day long. So it's not like history by itself is boring. I think the way that it's delivered is very boring. And then there's like a practicality sense. Like when I was doing music history, it's neat to see some where musicians kind of get their inspiration from, but I don't really need to know the entire ins and outs of, you know, Mozart's life story, or Beethoven or whoever, I don't need to know their entire how many wives they had, and I don't know that.
Some of us find it interesting. I find that very interesting. I'm history all day. Math and suck it.
Okay, so for the brick, I think the brick looks pretty good by the way it currently is, but I will take an extra stab at that. This is looking pretty good as is. You can see I didn't remove this. Oops, totally should. Okay, so default settings as they are. Looks pretty good. Roughness 0.5, specularity a little bit. Yeah. Really without putting it, if I put a normal map on this, it'll help pop it, but I don't really need much else. Yeah, right. So like Like my wife is saying, she finds it fascinating to like read about their life story. And I guess as like a hobby, sure. But from an educational standpoint, just give me the cliff notes so that I can move on. If I want to deep dive later on, then that's on me. I'm gonna jump in. Um,
That sounds funny.
yes, that is the sound of a tiny idiot.
Did
And
she go in or out?
no, she's just sitting there.
I
So,
heard the clink clink like she
oh,
went outside.
because Popo came in
That was my question.
and
So it was a little tiny black idiot, not a little black idiot.
right, and Popo is loving on Piper, and Piper
Oh,
is doing everything she can to like not.
so cute. She loves her so much.
Oh, you kidding.
I hate him. I
Hi.
don't understand.
Meow.
Love me, not her. She does nothing to deserve your love. I feed you and clothe you.
Misty looks at her like, "How dare you eat out of my bowl?" She- Misty's sitting here like this,
Very much
and
this audacity
and
of
like
this.
Popo jumps over. She's like this.
She just turned her head ever so, and
Hi.
she's still staring her down. Look at her. I see you. Good job not bapping her on the nose. You did good.
All right.
Just like, give it a minute.
I don't need that one. Let's go get. Oh man, am I doing the full brick or the partial brick? Lord of goodness, which one am I doing here? That looks like a full brick. Okay, but crap. Wait, okay, there's the mix bag. So I do have a standard in here. Okay, I didn't think that I did. All right, so on here, a couple things to remove. I don't need this.
Oh, what do you want that though?
She just came in.
That doesn't just go back outside. Toby. Toby. Oh, hi. Oh, okay.
What was she doing? Oh, was she?
She jumped up to smell me.
Is she? Ah, that's cute. Oh, thank you. Uh, you're only hearing the nice conversations.
Oh, always gets nice conversations.
No, they're saying that they're like your conversations are really cute. Our conversations. That's when she's being polite.
Nice conversation.
Ah, all right. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna make a normal map. Um, so this is kind of like one of those things that sucks with Photoshop. They bought Adobe purchased Substance Painter, and ever since then they've been trying to get rid of some of the texture mapping tools, so that you have to go buy Substance Painter. Ah, yeah, they took them out. Darn. Yeah, they be gone.
Done.
I was hoping they would still be here.
Trevor, you know, you need to go outside.
Yeah.
It's like so hard. Oh, you like me.
Well, let me see if there's still a 3D workspace. Nope, 3D looks like 3D workspace is gone. Ah, that was such a useful feature. Well, how else are you going to push your clients into purchasing your new software? You remove the features that were useful in the previous software. That way you can tack on a new fee. Well, trying to think of another way of generating a normal map. You can generate one. You can generate one in Maya. Used to have an NVIDIA plugin that would do it. Could do it by hand, but that's never fun. I think what I'll do is make a bump map. It won't be as nice, but I can still make it in here. So let's black and white this thing. Mm, adjust the where is levels. Let's push the dark values in. Take the light values up. Let's level some of this off.
So
And
weird middle place where I don't want to play video games, but I don't want to watch TV. I should work, but I don't want to work.
I know. I've been that way all day.
I know. I should get some work done, but I
I,
don't
I was
want
supposed to make a tutorial for Monday.
how the work out.
But I was like, well, I could do it Sunday, but then I'm gonna be going riding all day tomorrow.
Good job. You'll just be up late.
Well, I will not.
No, but I know I've got like 20 jobs to enter before I go back.
Yeah, Substance Painter is it's really good for doing high quality texture work. It just burns my bacon that Adobe acquired it. I forget who had it before, but the previous folks, I think it was like community based, and it was nice. And then Adobe acquired it, and then now it costs money. And for all the indie folk, it's harder to deal with. All right, so I'm gonna flip that. I think this would be the right way to go. That'll make the grout go in. So if you're making a bump map, you want to blur the edges. I'll use a Gaussian blur. If you don't blur the edges, it gets a bit messy. I think 2% is probably good. Okay. Red brick, one, bump, okay.
Get it? You very small and it like. Mr. Monster.
Although I don't think Adobe calls it Substance Painter anymore. I think it's just called Substance Paint or Substance Designer. Where's Creative Cloud? Oh yeah, that's hilarious. Uh, What do they call it?
Alright.
Yeah. So they have a few different versions of it now. Um, so Substance 3D Painter, Designer, and Sampler. Not really sure what their modeler does. Okay, anyway. What was I doing? Yeah. I had a squirrel moment. Modular design. Where's the bump? There's the bump. Now I want to go to that material. Material. Material girl. Concrete bricks. Bump. There's the bump. And
Any different stands?
hmm,
Oh yeah.
interesting. And you live in a math world? A material world. All right, there we go. It was my thing was off screen. Material world. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm a material girl and I'm a in a material world. So I actually don't remember how to apply a bump map in Unreal. I see the normal map plugin. Um,
This one's expensive.
what?
Our stand's expensive.
With the monitors?
Mm-hmm.
Yours comes with stands.
I mean, something that will put it the way I like.
But you want a curvature in the middle.
Mm-hmm. I just, when I sit here, it's far already, and then it almost looks like it's going away from me.
Ah,
My screens are so big, and that's not a complaint. That's just, like, I need them to be this big, but it just seems. I was just. It's not
huh. I don't remember. Pixel depth
Canvas.
offset. Let me see what's up? There's an opaque surface. Lighting. I remember there actually being a bump offset node. I think I just plugged it into the UVs. So UVs are the current texture, and then I take the heights. Is the height taking in an RGB? I think so. Okay, so that's a bit extreme. Coordinate. Let's go.
Six. Fret.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't know if coordinate is going to be an RGB or not. Let's take this. Because that does give me distortion.
Not nobody important that possibly wants to do anything.
Pretty sure that's for height. No value in coordinate. Well, all else fails. Google.
Mm-hmm. Imagine how
Mm,
Mom thinks I'm so smart, and I'm like, listen, you Google what you're saying. I don't know much of anything, I promise. SC. Mm, Yes. You need to see how this.
hmm,
That's this one.
yeah, that's correct. I'm not seeing. So there was distortion initially when I plugged it in. I'm not seeing anything now. 4.0. Oh, it's because it's not connected. That'll do it. That'll be the reason why. Okay, so there's the bump effect. That's much better. You can't have it be too extreme because you'll get weird stretching, but looks pretty good. It's gonna be far enough away anyway, but a normal map would be better. So let's see.
Put your pants down there. Yes.
What other mapping tools do we have available? Looks like ArcStation has a normal map generator. That could be handy. Uh, oh, I will dive into that later. Okay. And then I actually need to apply those to the four-way image. Where's that? Don't leave this one up. Um, I'm gonna say no, no, and yes. So many of these. So I'm gonna group all these together. Large group. Huh. Well, this I'll want to invert. That I'll probably want to invert. This is probably fine. That's probably fine. So instead of merging those into a single, I need to get each of these out. Okay. Merge group. This one can go. I'll merge that one, nuke that. These are all flat images. I'll grab all of them. I cannot do multi. That's annoying, but it's okay. Black and whites. Control Shift Alt B, is that what it is? Control Shift Alt B. So this one needs to be inverted. Let's see. Yeah, so that one's fine. This one has to be flipped. Actually, this just needs to be um, highlighted. This one, kind of like I did before, I'll just adjust. And in this group, I'll blur. Gaussian. This one is building textures. So one underscore bone. Well, I guess it all depends on what you're making. If you want something to be um, continuous, if you want to tile, um, there are some tricks to doing that. So let me pull up this guy. So for example, if I have this texture and I want to make sure that this side and that side match, um, you can go to filter, other, and offset, and then you divide your your image width and height. So mine is 2048 by 2048. So half of that's 1024. And it'll take the edge that's here and the edge that's there, and it's going to push the edge into the middle. So if I cancel, let me get like a big red marker. So if I cancel, I just, whoops, get nice big brush. I just paint here and there. I will not offset this one. It takes those two edges and puts them together. And then you have a chance to kind of go through and go, oh, well, those two edges won't match. And you can do some touch-ups to make them match. Um, maybe fill this out all the way, you know, to get your seamless texture. So there are some tools here, like a little spot healing tool. That's really good for doing quick fixes on small things. So like, for example, let's say these two edges didn't match, um, and I wanted to get them to blend a little bit better. I can kind of go over and say I want those to kind of blend better, and it'll go through and do a little bit of voodoo magic. It's not perfect, but it'll get you close to what you need, and you can kind of do some touch-ups. So like maybe I need to just remove this grout piece in the middle, you know. So that's pretty handy. There's some other smart tools in here like the clone stamp tool. So if I grab that guy, if you hold down the Alt key, you can take a sample of an area, and then I can kind of move that sample out somewhere, and then I can paint that region as though it were like a new brush. That's pretty handy. But I don't know if you can see it. So as I'm painting, so like over here, there's going to be a little crosshair. So watch for that crosshair. So I'm going to take a sample and then watch over here. As I paint, a little crosshair appears. And that crosshair is actually the sampler. It's sampling as my brush is moving. So as I get to the edge, it's going to sample the grout, and you'll see I'll start painting that grout layer. So it's just, you got to keep an eye on where that crosshair is as you're painting. Otherwise, you get weird stuff. You're like, oh, I probably don't need that. So just take different samples and go in and blend. And then when you're happy with whatever you have, so I'll go ahead and just undo my mess there. But if you're happy with it, and once your seams line up, you can do your top and bottom seam as well. Um, I usually just do all four, but once you're done, you just run this again, and then you hit OK, and it'll put it back. And then the next time you go to tile this, it'll seamlessly tile across. So if I were to take, this and make another one inside the game, those two edges would line up perfectly. You know. Yeah, Clone Stamp and Spot Healing have been there since I want to say about 2016, so they should be in there. Um, but a lot of the smart tools, like they're adding some AI stuff in here to make things a lot nicer. So let's see. Do I have let me get a good example here? Uh, so here, I'll grab this thing. So here's my beautiful face,
It is.
and let me grab. There we go. So I'll just get rid of this mask. So here's me, right? And let's say I want to get rid of this background. You know, in the olden days, you'd have to go through and you'd create a mask, and then on the mask image, you paint black or white, right? So if it's white, it's going to show up. If it's black, it's going to go invisible. So it's a nice non-destructive way of working. So you don't destroy your work, you just clear the mask and everything's back to the way it was. Um, so pretty handy, but we no longer have to remove things by hand anymore. So if you go up to, I grab my image and go up to select, there's a select subject option, and that will sample the image. And it's really good at finding the subject and then highlighting it for you. And then all you gotta do is click the mask button and, oops, let me get rid of these masks real quick. Grab that, hit mask, bam, and it's instant crop, and it's really good. So, you don't even the spots where the green screen wasn't there. It's really good at catching it without the green screen. So if you have a green screen, it's even better. But if you don't have a green screen, it's really good. So, and what's kind of sucks is like if you use Premiere Pro for doing video editing, the green screen removal tool kind of sucks. And I'm like, why? Why is Photoshop's green screen tool better than the video production green screen tool? And the one in After Effects is better than the one in Premiere Pro, which is weird. Same company, but whatever. But yeah, that's just a neat little thing. Um, Hi, cat.
Yes, Screamer.
What do you want?
Yeah, yeah.
She wants to get brushed. It's a lot of fur.
Make a whole Misty out of that.
Make a whole new cat. Yeah. I need to get like a brush for the brush.
Right?
Come here, you. You want this? You want a brush? I gave her the most lazy brush.
She's looking at you like the audacity.
I
See her
know.
face.
Yeah. She's like, how dare you? We have like, how many cats do we have now?
One, two, three, four, five, six if you count the outdoor ones that are kind of not ours.
So we have four that are technically ours, and then we have some stray cats that we feed. You're not supposed to do that.
Listen, the lady next door abandoned her cat. I'm not gonna let it starve. I don't know what to tell you. She's like, oh, she's so healthy when she came to visit because she was feeding it every other day. And I'm like, yeah, that's because I'm feeding it. She said, you can take her if you want to, like, if you move. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess I have a cat now. So that's how we got Tux. And
Look,
then there's two others
all
that just
these
happened to
cats
come
are
by.
strays. You found
How dare
you
you?
found those two, and then you found the third one.
Well, we don't buy animals in this house. We adopt. That's how we roll. No, we are not part of the problem. Absolutely not. It's like I want a corgi so bad, but I can't have one because you have to go to a breeder, and I just will not. So
Feed the
just
cats. Misty, I think, is the only one that we have that we got from a litter of kittens. Like legit got from a litter of kittens.
didn't just find randomly on the street.
No, Sean got Misty and Pumpkin.
Oh,
Um,
oh,
one of the neighbor cats had a litter, and they gave him
cute.
Pumpkin and grew up and ran away because he used to come back once in a while to get food, but okay.
He said outside's better. Bye.
Yeah. You adopted your cat too? Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, the dog is a pretty funny story. What'd she do? She jumped out someone's car window and
No, that was what she did that as a baby because she's an idiot.
oh,
But no, when my mom was going into Walmart with my auntie Wilma, and she saw this little black dog on a rope covered in fleas, so pathetic. And this lady was like, she went over to pet her. She's like, oh, she's so cute. She's like, do you want her? She was literally on a rope, not a leash. She had like a rope tied around her neck because I guess she was homeless or whatever.
mm,
And she was like, yeah, I do. So she like brought her inside, bought her a bunch of puppy stuff, and sent me a picture. She didn't call me, she sent me a picture and said I got something.
that's funny.
I was at my godkid's house and I was like, I have to leave.
Did you cry?
Yes. I was like, I apparently have a puppy and I have to go. Goodbye. And I left. Their pit bull and Piper were besties. It was so cute. She protected her with her life. It was so cute. I wonder if she misses her. Too bad her mom's a bitch.
Your kitty got swapped? So like,
It's stolen.
uh, so did you have like a
Switch.
couple kittens and you like switched which cat you were gonna get? Is that how that happened?
It's a balloon.
Did I pull the? Okay, that's the red brick bump. Where's the modular building? One textures, modular building one textures bump. There it is.
Oh, you son of a biscuit. You skipped it. Oh, you freaking fracking.
So now yours is yours forever. So this is going to get a bit tricky because each of these materials, or each texture, is going to have a different bump reaction. You can see how it's more extreme here versus there. So one of the downsides of using a modular texture, where so multiple textures on the same um, image file, it's good for compression, so I don't have to have, four different textures, even though I already have this one floating around somewhere. Um, by doing this, I'm not going to get the best results. So that's probably okay for this one, but these guys probably won't bump as nicely.
That redundant why we always check plans. Oh, we've been so bad.
Forever and ever. That's your saying.
Forever and ever and ever. Just can't get away. Ah, down.
There you go. Okay, so there's that building. Um, all right, so I built this as a blueprint, and the benefit of doing that is I can just drop it in, and now it's in the world. It's really cool. I can also build it out here. If I go through the process of building, yeah, it's a convenience thing. So it's by setting it up, by designing your stuff to be modular, you can get more mileage out of your stuff. So if I go back to the meshes that I built, I can assemble this out in the world here. So I can just drop my pieces in, and then very quickly like assemble a whole assortment of buildings out of one set of things. So I just keep doing this, just keep making, and since these all derive from the same texture sheet, I don't have to have multiple different textures in there. I can just keep adding. Um, and you would do that for, you might have like a true modular setup. You would just do a series of walls and um, a handful of different textures. And I'll pull up a good example here in a second here. Uh, Here's a good modular kit. Yeah, that'll work. There we go. So I'll go visit here. So here's an example of one. So you can see there's different walls. You have corners, you have these little slat pieces, you've got ones with windows in them, you've got ones with doors in them, you've got some floors, you've got some rafters, and with all these different pieces, you can make several different houses out of the same kind of pieces. And all you have to do is swap the textures that's on them, and suddenly you have a completely new building. So you build a couple different modular texture sheets. So here's like modular buildings. Let me see if I can find a modular texture. Um, Here we go. That's not really good resolution, but I might find another one. Here's another building set. I guess I'm a human.
Sometimes.
I'm at Rich Station. I have no idea what kind of images I'm going to pull up. There we go. So here's like a Disney style house, and you can get a bunch of different things out of it because yeah, because you can just like keep adding walls and whatever not. Um, but if you do your setup, correctly, you can get a lot of stuff out of a couple different textures, a couple different walls, instead of building each individual building um, from scratch. Of course, if I drop this into here like this, if I want to move this, it's not very convenient. I have to grab all the pieces and then move it. I can also group it. So now this is now considered a group. And then I can kind of go in and do a subgroup adjustment, but you can see it messes in my hierarchy over here. Um, it I still have a whole bunch of extra pieces, right? Each one of these sections is its own piece, and I can still kind of get them as the group. Um, but if I grab just the one blueprint, you can see it's one object, and then I can go inside the blueprint and get its pieces. So you can build it in different ways. The blueprint also lets you have some scripting ability, so you can code, a color swap, or you can do some destructive things on it, or you can just have some colliders in it. So you can do some visual scripting and do things with it. You can do scripting to the one in the real world. Here, every level has its own blueprint, so you can bring this into the level blueprint and talk to it that way. But yeah, different ways of designing things. Of course, I didn't put a roof on top of that. Yeah, I'll just nuke that one. This. Oh, I did not put the AC unit on here. So one of the advantages of doing um, a blueprint is if I need to make a change, actually I'll undo the thing I deleted. So there's the one that I just made from that group. And here's the one from the blueprints, right? So if I want to make an edit to this, I would have to do it to each individual one. I can kind of do that and quickly make some buildings, whatever. But if I want to add the roof to this, I have to go and find my roof. Where's my roof? There it is. Put it on the building, line it up, and I can add it to the group. I think it's added on now. Yeah. But then I have to do that for each one, right? Whereas if I have the blueprint, if I go into there, because I forgot to put the AC, little AC units on top, I can just add those. There's static mesh, AC units. Where are you at? There you are. Here's my AC unit, and if I can see where I'm at here, there it is. I put one here, and another one over here. So now all the copies of this get those, right? Whereas these, I'd have to do them individually. So there's that. But I can also design this in a way where I can do some scripting and I can generate the each layer. So I can just type in how many layers I want, and I can make, a single stack, a four stack, and then put the AC units on top, you know, and have that be a choice just for like funsies. Let me save this level. Um, so I think I have a level. Yes, it's that level. So let me make sure I open that. Um, Project settings, make sure that's the default. Map and modes. Let's make sure that we're in this one. Um, Crap. Uh, is my map really not in there? What a jerk. Let's move this map over here. Oh, let's see source code, INI, text file, just move them both. Really? Fine. I'll just save this one then. These ones I'll nuke. Oh, really? Is that being used? I don't think it's being used by anything. All right, I'm getting off track. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna do a little bit of a scripting thing there. So, for example, if I know exactly how high up um, this one is from here, so there's a position. So, looks like I'm 480 units up from here. What's this one? So actually, I do something a little bit simpler. So I can just set up a variable in here. Um, I could do it under construction script. Let's make a variable. Um, I guess we'll do has AC. And we'll set this, compile it. True. Pull these in. Not the way to do it. This is better to get the job done. Oh, I closed my blueprint. That's lame. I want that back. So if this is true, we'll have hidden in game be open, and if it's on the false side, we'll have hidden in game be true for both. Let's see if I can do a live edit on that. Oh, I need to expose that value. There we go. So if I uncheck it, you can see how that shadow disappears. That means that object, if I hit play, let's see, those should probably disappear. See if I can fly up there. Yeah, so those are gone. Versus, um, I check that, hit play. Ooh, oh, they stayed gone. Oh, they're there. Ah, yay. Cool. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just nuke this. I'm not really using it for now. Get rid of that. And then for the other one, make another building. This is the apartments. All right, so this is going to be the bottom of the apartments. It's the office building, apartment base. There we go. All right, so from here, this is the no problem. Sorry if I'm quiet. Sometimes I just like get lost into what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to do this from.
So then, what's that?
So you're tired?
Yeah, probably a little bit. I'm like trying to figure out if this was a mini split or like a actual air handler. And gee, I don't know. It's like 46 pounds. What the fuck do you think? Sorry, what do you freak do you think? And I'm like, oh, you know what, Brian? You took way too long to look at that. as an answer.
Come on, Unreal, stop being a jerk.
Right?
Let's do by 1 unit.
That person.
The camera keeps clipping.
It doesn't want to do the thing. Tell me where along this goes. There's so many of these sensors popping up, it's not even a joke.
Here's that one. So I don't know if you were here when I was saying assembling this in Maya is actually a lot easier than doing it in Unreal, but this is why doing it in Maya is so much simpler. I can just snap to a vertex and get perfect alignment. In Unreal, I don't know if I can. I don't know where this object is. I'm probably looking at the back side of it. There's the right. There's the front relative to Unreal, but I don't see its mate. Backside, bottom, I won't see anything. Top, probably not gonna see much. Perspective. But yeah, I'm thinking this is gonna be one of those scenarios where I assemble it in Maya. Sure, what's your question? Well, it's a very competitive field for sure. Um, so going to school versus teaching yourself, it really depends on you. Um, if you can learn on your own and you can develop and you can show work,
Right.
your portfolio is gonna get you hired. Um, but if you're if you have a hard time maintaining that pace without active instruction, then you're gonna fall behind. So for a lot of people, that's why going to school is a lot better because it keeps them motivated and a good argument um, that I heard, and I'm really bad at remembering where it came from, but it was something I was watching the other day. Um, but it was why would you go? What's the benefit of going to a university? Hey, how's it going? Cute but random. Not a whole lot. We're just designing an Unreal and chatting about life. But yeah, so the going to a university or going to a college, what you're basically showing is you're showing whoever's hiring you that you can commit to something for a long period of time and you can do tasks with reasonable competency. That's really all you're showing. But versus somebody who doesn't have that background, they're taking a gamble. They're going to likely gamble on somebody who has a history of reliability, which is what their degree shows. So I was like, well, that was a really good breakdown of why to go to school. But you can certainly get hired by not, you know, by doing your own thing. You can certainly get hired.
Just gotta make sure you have football that is
Yeah.
just ever so working.
3D printed? I guess I could 3D print it. This is gonna be I'm just actually using Unreal um, to lay out a scene for a book cover. So I can set up I'm gonna make a cityscape here with a you know alien spaceship in the background and some characters in front. I'm gonna set it up, adjust the lighting, um, and then I can render that out, put it in Photoshop, and then I can do some adjustments into some text and stuff. So, but I have a lot more buildings to add, and I have some streets to add. I have to build an alien. I have to finish the characters, but work in progress, one little bit at a time. Uh, so, hello from Indonesia. Yeah. So if you need the pressure to get something done, school is probably going to be the better option, which is unfortunate because it's expensive. But
Do not take out loans.
yeah, if you don't have to take out loans, don't take out loans.
Work two jobs. Do whatever you have to.
Get grants, and if you're under 25, you can get a lot of Pell grants, financial aid.
You will be spending so many years paying so much money. It'll feel like you're still in college.
I hear a cat screaming, but why is she screaming?
That's who she is as a
Oh,
person.
somebody closed the door.
Oh.
She's actually requesting to be.
Look at her go.
There you go.
She's still gonna yell at you though. The audacity of whatever it is you did. Blah blah blah.
I appreciate her requesting to go to the litter box.
Right, instead of trying to pee on the floor. Isn't that nice?
Oh, man.
Monster.
Now she's complaining because the litter box is full.
Gross.
So that's Andrew.
Why are you doing that? So glad I'm on the lip. Like what if she That's a lot of nonsense. They're done.
Yeah, so the thing about I think it was Thor who said the thing about the college, but I can't remember if it's him or not.
It does sound like something to me too. Love him. Not the Marvel one, obviously.
Right, right. Um,
Terrible.
yeah, I'm not a fan of having debt. That was certainly in the way for a while. Spent a lot of time getting out of debt, and then somebody.
Look at me. We have to have a home. I don't know what to tell you. He's mad because we had to replace our roof. Because, we need a house to live in. The audacity.
Look, we could have survived without.
No. You were so cheap that when it got in the walls after a bad rainstorm and shorted the fridge, you still fought me on getting a new roof. So no.
Hey, but we could have replaced it. We could have replaced it ourselves.
What's
Or
roof?
we could have replaced the shingles and the decking for.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't trust you at all to replace my roof. I love you more than life itself, and I give you anything, but straight up, I don't trust you to put on a new roof. You are technologically a genius. You do pretty well when it comes to making shit. You made me a whole bed.
Language.
But A whole roof? You would give up in like 2 days. You would be so over it.
Why would I give up?
Because you would be so over it.
No, I know how long it takes to put on.
Well, okay, maybe not give up, but that.
Well,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Pointing to the trim on the door that's still gone because you don't wanna.
yeah, but it works.
No, that's not exactly. That's exactly. Your whole thought process is, but it works. It doesn't matter how hideous it is. It doesn't matter as long as it's functioning enough to get by. You are golden. That ain't how we do it around here. No. Ah, ugh. You frustrate me. I love you so much.
But we didn't have. So we way overpaid for our roof.
We way overpaid for our roof.
Yes.
How do we way overpay for our roof?
No.
Our first quote was like 20 plus. It was
Yeah, but that guy was
like
an
30. It was like $30,000.
yeah, but that guy wanted. He was more interested in selling us windows on a roof.
Most for our house size, $15,000 is not that bad.
I think 7 would have been reasonable. I think 15.
I think 7 is what exactly you do think it would have been reasonable because you're fine with cheaping out.
No, because I know the cost of the materials.
I know, but that's the construction. Okay, my company that I work for, we sell grills and fans and all kinds of HVAC stuff. Do you know how much it costs me? How much they charge for a grill? You know, hundreds of dollars for one register. It can be like over $100. That is what our industry does. We overcharge for everything. I don't know why. That's just who we are as
I mean,
people.
you have to make your money back, but
Yes, but so point being, yeah, materials
was
at
it
Home Depot, but when they buy them from their buddies, not as much. I don't think it's so bad. We'll pay it off. We have a home that we don't pay $2,000 a month in rent for that we'll never get back. That's all I care about. For a freaking 2 bedroom, 1.5 bath.
I bet. I hate to say it,
What?
but I'm feeling kind of drunk right now.
Oh no. What do you want? You want McDonald's? It's a lot. You want Wawa?
Mm, I don't want that.
You know, geez, did you have anything in mind when you were like, oh, feeling drunk?
It's because I'm tired, and I'm. It's like when I'm 5, and I don't want to I don't want to have a nap.
Yeah,
I got stuff to do,
yeah.
but I don't want to snack on
What we
candy.
have.
Right. Ugh.
Yeah, we don't have very good stuff. We have a lot of stuff, but we have this bad habit of eating something one time and then being over it. So we've got trillions of snacks in there that we have no interest in.
Okay, so what's gonna be the? It's probably gonna be more cost effective to I don't want to do that. But lining this up is just goofy.
Me too.
This is what I'll do. I'll go into Maya, and I'll just get the exact unit positions. Where is the office? Is that what I'm building? Office building? No, that was that building. Where is the apartment? Let's hide the office building. Apartment. So from here, this needs to be, let's just snap you.
It's a lot of
uh,
words for saying nothing at all. It's people. Freaking engineer.
Oh yeah, engineers, we are the worst.
Talk, talk.
I had an engineer, I was working at Molex, and engineer came in, so we had a brazing line. The copper parts would go through the brazing line, they would get paste put on the part, and it would seal it with brazier.
Right.
Well, at the end of it, they had a little robotic thing that would blow the parts off into like a little bucket.
Right.
And for consistency, they decided they wanted to add a little laser that would scan the part, and if the part was because we had some QC, so we had to pick up the parts and manually check them, and every like few hundred parts, we'd have to do a crimp test to make sure the thing would hold and wouldn't snap, whatever. Um, so they came up with this idea that they could hit the part, they could put a laser in front of the on the track as they're coming out of the incinerator, and the laser would tell them how hot the part was, and if the part was too hot, that meant that the paste got burned. If it was too low, that would mean that it didn't seal correctly. So if it wasn't in the correct temperature spec, it would count how long it would take to get to a certain point, and it would just blow it off into the trash bin, basically. Um, and then the other ones that were supposed to be kept would fall into the bucket. So they went to put this thing on, and I'm like, you can't put that there. And he's like, why not? I was like, because that's gonna jam, and then this whole thing's gonna get stuck, and that belt's gonna melt. So you can't put that there. It's got to be higher or further away or whatever. He's like, oh, it'll work. It'll work.
Yep.
And the first day they fired it up, it jammed and it melted the belt. I was like, okay.
Telling you what, the level of pompous, they always think they're smarter than
Mhm.
the level of condescending is mind blowing. Architects think they're better than you.
Right.
That's because they're bougie. Never met a non-snob. I met one
Really?
non-snobby architect. One. She was lovely. But even my engineer friends, even them, they like know it alls. So ridiculous. I love you guys. Dang. Bosphorus? That's a terrible name.
Bosphorus, it's fine.
Bosphorous.
So I don't know why those are scaled. I could have sworn I had positioned those and cleared the scales.
Oh, probably this.
Where's the tube? Tube's clear. So I probably cleared the tube and didn't clear the other objects. That's great. All right. All right. Everybody except for that guy.
The restaurant.
What am I doing here?
Sounds awful.
Let's freeze transforms. Clear. I'll go through the process of exporting these again. You? What are you anyway? You are the face. Yes. Hide you. What are you? You are the roof. Roof. And you are the base. All about that base.
No trouble.
Yeah. And then these guys, I don't need to do those again. I'll hide both of them so they're not in the way. That and this. Okay. So I came in here to do the measuring, and then I realized I had it broken. So I'm gonna take that and I snap it to here because it's just a lot easier to do in Maya. And this position, that is minus, oh, excuse me, minus 2246.28 on the X. And so I'm gonna try over here. That's gonna be Y and Z. So this minus 2, 2. Wow, my memory just said no. 224628. 224628. That should be exact. Okay. And then I need to come up a bit. So forward is going to be, I'm just going to copy and paste because I can't read that. Where are we at? Forward is here. So Y and Z are reversed in Unreal versus Maya. Just a thing to kind of keep in mind. And then 3333. What did I get here? Wow, that's pretty close. So like I eyeballed that when I lined it up, but it was 1333.76. And I had it at 1333 even. Yeah. So there's the exact position. Yay. Now I have to try to do that for the other three sides. Good luck. Your plan is to blackmail this person? You okay?
Yeah. It's just I'm tired and I just heard it happening in my head. And I feel like we need to watch it now.
It's such a good
It's
movie.
such a good movie.
Uh,
Wait a minute.
yeah.
So
Okay, so the lazy in me is like, well,
it's a powerful one.
I wanna just go ahead and script the placement of these, but the tired in me is like, well, I don't want to do any scripting. I just want to place them. Okay. Um,
Look,
question is, can I do it straight in construction script? I think I can. So the base is already here, front face is already here, and those are going to be the coordinates. I'm going to need to know the coordinates for each one, and then add that to it for the new layer. And I could do each layer as an array of objects. Can I do it in construction script? That is the question. Okay, I'm gonna try. Oh, he's trying. Spawn. Let me see what my static mesh options are. See if I can dynamically add static mesh. So add static mesh component. Target is self. Manual attachment, whether manual or automatic. Manual. Well, relative transform to itself. I guess I'll just get active trend.
Oh no.
Okay, and then the return.
It's from the teacher that is going to be harassing my organism.
Well, it doesn't tell me what active component or what component needs to be good. Yeah. Can I specify here? Um, Add a face. I don't see it. File. Okay, so that did spawn. Okay, and it did spawn it, but it didn't add it in here. I don't have any access to it. So it's not physically there. To remove it from construction script, does it die? Think so? Yes. All right, so then output would create a variable. It's not good. What is the equivalent function for this? I guess that's the equivalent function. Um, Common misconception is that we always know what we're doing. I have no clue half the time. And let's see what add options I have. Add operator, add items, add set, add struct. I know I want to add a static mesh, which is what I have already. What if I get a return value? I'll get the base. I guess manual. Well, I should automatically attach. Well, you have a good night if you're gonna head off. Uh, Thank you for hanging out. Bed is something I should be doing, but
It's something I need to do. I can't do anymore. My brain is turning off. I can't
uh,
find the simplest of things right now.
well, I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night.
Where is schedule? It's print. Sorry. Yeah.
You're fine. Sleep. It's an idea.
Wait. Oh, it's
Good night. Huh. So Not as often as I would like. I I want to try to get into streaming more, but it really just comes down to timing. So if I do stream, usually it's on the weekends. Um, right now I don't have a set schedule, so it's hit or miss, unfortunately. But when I do stream, it's gonna be in the evening, just because I work during the day. Although if it's 8 a.m. over where you're at, it'll be morning for you.
Dang it. Why are you like this?
I know, right?
Ugh.
All right, so I'm gonna do this construction script here. I want to solidify this object. Let's see what it says. Um, You too. Have a good night. Let's see. Creates a new component and assigns ownership to the actor. Uh, this is called for. Automatic attachment causes the first component created to become the root and subsequent component for the attached under that root. When the manual attachment is set, automatic attachment is skipped, and it is up to the user to attach to the resulting component or uh, component or set it up as the root themselves, which is what I thought. Okay. But when I spawned it in, it did not solidify here. Even with automatic attachment, it didn't really do it. But it might only happen under the play event. So there it is. Right? And if I were to drag this here, let me just grab it. Oh, that's a long trick. It's way out there. It doesn't look like it's that far. Ah, here, but there it is. Okay. Do I not have the active transform? I do. Hmm. So what I want to do is spawn 4 more of these, or 3 more of these in the correct orientation. It might be simpler to create an object array, but I don't know if I can do a dynamic array creation. Maybe I'll create array. I might not be able to do it in construction script. I can set an array, random array size. Oh, I think I'm gonna go to bed and I will
Yeah,
think about it later.
your brain broken too. I'm actually just finishing this last row.
Well, it's
This took way too long. This should have been like a 10-minute thing, and my brain just could not.
well, I could probably code it, but using the visual script, I'm not sure. Because I want to build it in construction script so that when I do it, it happens live before I do anything else. But there are some things you're not supposed to do in construction script. Um, I know there's some rules.
Where's the
I don't know what these rules are. And like the Indian in the cupboard, I'm using magic. I do not understand. Oh, hmm. Hmm. I guess I will make um like a variable. I don't know what its name would be. I guess I'll do this in space. Your face. Hmm. Uh, hmm. Um, let's do this. Rectal floor. Actually, I'll just make it greater than 0. So if the floors are greater than 1, I'll either run a script for laser end, but if it's 0, then it'll be the other end of that. If it is so it can't ever be below 1. It's in 76. So that should generate the basic building. Cool. And then I'm gonna be fancy and just do this as 4,000. Okay. For each loop. This option. Structures. Hmm. Object types. Yeah, controller.